I love being in this bear community. Eiffel 1 love. Hello friends.
Hello, everybody. How's it going out there? How we feeling today? Welcome to Monday. How do you like my new intro screen? Some bears just going on a ride. At some point today, we might switch over what we're doing, but I'm going to start today in digital art mode, and we'll go from there. But I'm still working on the layout, so I figured, well, instead of working on it between streams, maybe I'll just get it all done today, and then I'll have it done for the summer. Gabito says, I've got the Chill Hop playlist going right now in Spotify. Specifically, we are working with Instrumental Beats for Streamers 2021 Lo-Fi Chill Hop Beats. So if you're interested in checking that out, it's on the Chill Hop on Spotify. But the main thing I want to do today is actually give my little art self, who, you know, lives in the lower corner of the screen when I'm drawing or playing video games, I'm going to give him a little makeover. which is something I've been working on in general for the channel. But today, very specifically, I'm going to give myself a summertime makeover. Get ready for those beachy vibes. I really... oh, what do we got here?
Digimon. Digital Mondays.
Yeah, Digimon are the champions. But specifically today... and for this intro screen... I wanted to kind of capture the feel, the whimsical feel of maybe the intro of a Ghibli movie. Which, it's a very tall order. I don't know if I quite made it there, but I wanted something light and airy and very sweet for the summertime. So we're going to be switching over in just a second. I'm just going to tweet out that we're live, and then we can start our adventure. All right, we've got a lot of work to do on this layout, so I'm going to switch on over to the art cam here. First, I'm going to turn down this music in my ears because it's very loud. Luckily, I've got that power. There we go. All right. Hey, Kate, how's it going? Yeah, we got a new loading screen. Like, part of me just wants to let it run for a really long time because I think it's pretty cute. I'm also going to be making a goodbye screen, which I have never had on my channel, but it's something I would like to do, to just have like a little goodbye screen so we can all hang out for a little bit after the stream is over and kind of chill down. Making a sausage stew, that sounds delicioso. All right, so let's see what we've got here. I was actually thinking of doing like a nighttime thing, Lion, but sunset might work too. It'd be cool if I could figure out how to make videos or like, you know, video animation transitions, because it'd be really cool to be able to make a sunset where the sun actually sets and turns into the nighttime. Like even if I just used the same clouds, it'd be really, really neat to get that kind of effect. And I kind of know how to do it, but it'll take a little bit of doing. But we shall see. All right, so I'm going to switch over. There we go. So here's the layout. We've got the sky background, very bright and summery. You've got me down there, of course. You've got the some palms that I'm working on, and this big watermelon, which I'm also working on. The watermelon I actually just finished on. This is my Photoshop screen right here that you're looking at currently. And I just finished this watermelon and just exported it, so I'm actually going to add it to the scene here because I want it to go behind my character and behind where the chat is to act as like a chat background. I wanted a dark contrast there, and there currently wasn't anything. So that's what I'm currently doing. As you can see, I'm using a screenshot of my actual layout so I can draw over it and understand the correct proportions. At least that's the hope, you know, fingers crossed on that kind of thing, as always. So I'm going to load this one in as Watermelon. And then I'll grab that from my assets folder. There it is. Now we've got a big watermelon. I'll take that, and then I can put it in behind everything if I drag it down in my scene. I want it behind everything else. There we go. So now I can actually take the chat window and I can make because I had changed the text to dark to like go against the light background, but it didn't look very good. So I'm going to change it back to light now and see how it looks against the watermelon. There we go. So hopefully when the chat starts loading through again, it'll look pretty slick. And basically, yeah, that's all I'm going to be doing today is like, at least for the first part of the stream, just adding new stuff to this overlay to make it look extra nice, bright, and summery. Should be very fun. Yes, that looks so much better for the chat. Oh my goodness. The chat is on the watermelon. Enjoy, chat. Please enjoy it. I'm going to take my little character and move them down slightly here so that when they bounce, it looks a little more... You don't see like the bottom where my body cuts off. But we're actually going to be working on this little guy. Yes, Hyperview, that is exactly what I'm doing today. I'm very glad you brought that up. Today, we're actually going to be changing my clothes on my little character, both for the painting version and the video gaming version, which I don't have a video gaming version yet. I only have the animated GIF sort of template for it. So I'm going to be doing a summertime outfit for myself. Probably shades, probably a fun Hawaiian t-shirt, all sorts of stuff. I'm really excited about it. I might even change my drawing implement somewhat. Maybe I'll finally change the color of paint that's on my brush, but it's going to be a summertime version, which I'm really psyched for. I kind of wanted to make my shirt similar to the Mario Sunshine, like the Shine shirt. Really bright colors, yellows and blues and stuff, but we shall see. A little bit of sunscreen on the nose, of course. I got to get zinced up. I don't burn super easily, but I definitely burn. So I'll put a little bit of zinc on my nose. But I'm really, really excited to figure out what I should do for my outfit. So for that, we're going to do a draw over on my little figure. So I'm going to get rid of a couple of the open tabs I have in Photoshop here. And I'm going to open up my original animation file. Now, if only I could remember where I saved it. Let's see here. Aha, Painter template. Painter. Okay, so it's definitely one of these two Photoshop files. I'll open both of these up and see which one is which. Oh yeah, Painter template was the one we were doing where I was putting all the different outfits on. So here's me in my clown outfit. My Sailor Moon outfit. My bear hoodie. Of course, the dude cosplay. So I've got plenty of that. And here's the template for the animation. So I've got this here. And then I just need to do it for every single frame. So the first thing we want to do is figure out what I'm wearing. I've been trying to catch SDGQ as often as I can. It's always a really great thing to have on when you're working or doing whatever for the week. Love it, love it, love it. But I haven't really had time to do my my draw-alongs that I usually do for it, which is a bit of a shame. All right, so I'm actually not going to have the big sleeves. So let me duplicate this so that I can erase the top of it. Or wait, did I make? No, I didn't make another template. This one's actually pretty close, aside from, you know, the dude on my head, but it has the t-shirt. But I actually want something a little bit cleaner, so I'm just going to take this duplicated version and I'll erase over top here. Now, for my summertime getup, I'm going to have a lower neckline. It's too darn hot. I'm just going to put some chest here. Beg your pardon. And we'll do an open collar. Yes, indeed, I am making a new animation for the summertime. I forgot to actually draw this on a new layer, so I'm going to lower the opacity here. Put in a background so I can actually see, and we're just going to do a quick line trace, which we'll need to do a bunch of anyway. Luckily, when I first designed this little drawing guy, I thought to myself, what's going to be the easiest thing to animate? So I made the lines and the shapes really, really simple so that it wouldn't be an absolute pain to draw over and over. It's one of the struggles with animation and why designers are so important in animation. You got to design stuff that you can spend a lot of time drawing constantly. Now, one thing I want to remember to do in this drawing is actually paint my wrist tattoo on there, which I never remember to do. But if my guns are going to be out for the summer, I gotta have it there. I actually just, right before the stream started, shaved a lot of my beard, so it's much more summer appropriate now. But the design is such a way that it would be weird to represent it. It's kind of just a bunch of squiggle lines here. But it had gotten mighty shaggy over the course of my quarantine life. All right. So now we've got a much better, much smoother template. Now I can actually design some clothes on top. So my main things are, I was thinking sunglasses or some kind of a head accessory. Maybe a beautiful orchid flower in my hair. Although that would probably be tough to draw over and over. I think sunglasses would be pretty fun though. Maybe big aviator style ones. If I'm going to be drawing out in the sunshine, I need eye protection. Yeah, my avatar is naked right now, so don't rat me out to Twitch, because I'm against TOS currently. There we go. Oh yeah, should I be a hot tub streamer? Maybe I'll add a hot tub as the summer goes on. That can be the fall. In the fall, I'll transition into a hot tub. All right, we've got some sleeves. I definitely want to have a fun pattern on my shirt. Bright and colorful and sunny. I think that would be extra cute. All right. So that looks pretty good for like a basic sort of idea. So let's get some really fun colors going for this now. I found the easiest thing to do with specifically this animation where a lot of my character doesn't move. Actually, now I'm also seeing something I probably should have fixed in the original design, which is there is improper proportion dynamics with my eyebrows. They're actually supposed to be a little more even. Even though they're sisters and not twins. Alright, there we go. I totally forget what I was saying, but that's fine. Oh yeah, the easiest thing to do with this animation, specifically where it doesn't move a lot, is just taking the colors, so doing the colors once, getting the design right, and then just multiplying or duplicating the colors and adjusting them slightly. Just enough so that it wiggles, because I want the animation to have that slight wiggle factor, because the lines definitely will. I am loving all the suggestions from chat, thank you. Yeah, I could have that grass coming out of my mouth. I could have a little toothpick. Although that might be seen as a cigarette, which I do not want. Because gross. Alright, so let's get the color design going here. First, I'm just going to put in all the standard stuff. So I'm going to put my skin, my hair, all of those sorts of things. Now we'll do the shade colors. Okay, we're doing good so far. The difficult thing is going to be picking a nice color for our outfit here. I'm thinking something that contrasts with the background. So maybe, I mean, I'm currently wearing a very bright sort of salmon pink shirt with little anchors on it, which I think would be pretty cute. Let me try that first. Because that would go really well against the blue background. I like the shirt a lot because it reminds me of Vegeta's Badman shirt from Dragon Ball Z. The green dot is my little tattoo. Got a tattoo of an alien on my wrist that I never remember to draw on myself when I'm actually drawing me. And I'm trying to remember to do it now. But I'll add the little details to it as well in a second here. I'm going to put the little anchors. I'll draw them bigger on this tiny little version of me because otherwise you wouldn't be able to tell what they are at all. Is that what they look like? No, they actually look a bit different than that. If I draw the circle too big, it looks like the the Greek male symbol. So it's more like this, and then they have like a cross. Like this, and then there's a little circle. That's more like the anchors. It's all very close to the same color skin and shirt. Well, that's kind of how I am in real life, too, unfortunately. But I can adjust some of the saturation a bit here. Hey, Rohan, how's it going? tattoo doesn't really read from far away. I'm sort of starting to realize why I don't usually draw it on myself in this form. It kind of just looks like a speck of dirt. Maybe I'll leave that off. It's always better to go for the cleaner look, especially in animation or something that's going to be small. There's a very good solution to get just more tattoos and bigger tattoos. If anyone out there is rich, if you could just give me a huge tip right now, I will make that happen gladly. I'm not much of a bracelet guy. I'm gonna put a little shine on the glasses. Maybe this side. No, that's the right color, Shiva. Don't worry about it. The color on the face here is blush. If you look at my regular drawing of me, it's like blush color. Don't worry, for the most part I know what I'm doing. I think I'm gonna leave this at this. Mostly because I have 2 whole sets to do today. All right. So underneath here in the layers panel, I've got many frames to do. So let me show you all the different frames we've got. So in the original animation, we have this. And then these. So these are the talking animations. And then these ones are the painting animations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are we at 91% on the crayon challenge? Machi machi. Yeah, there's a chance that it could be met today. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to multiply, trying to figure out the best way to strategize the animation of this since I have to do 6 frames with the new outfit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a low opacity run of all of these. Turn the background back on. Yes, and then these will match each frame. Perfect. So now I can take this and lower the opacity as well. And now we begin the long and lonely road. So when it comes to the hand animation here, I've got to be a lot more careful because I have to look underneath the second layer. I've got one layer for the clothing here, and then the other layer is actually where the hand is going to be animated to. So now I'm looking underneath. And then we'll turn off this and do a little comparison here. Make sure all the lines are apparent. And then we can turn up the opacity on this one and do a quick test. Okay, so this one's missing that line. Ranculus, thank you so much. 9 months. Goodness gracious. They're moving. It's the miracle of animation. All right, we only have 5 more of those to go, and then we'll be good and golden. The coloring will go very fast at the end. For the most part, I just want to get the lines done now. So all I have to do is take this down to lowered opacity, and then we'll move on to the third in the animation chain here. So again, the most important thing is this hand part down here. So I can actually turn off the overlay right now, and I'm just going to draw where the animation changes, which is down in the hand. And the rest of it, I can pretty much leave up to this layer here to get a better match. Line between brows and the frame. Ah, good catch. Very good catch. Thank you. Whoop whoop. I find that the only animation I have any skill or patience for currently at my very low level is this kind of wiggle style, because anything else would require a lot more accuracy. Okay, I'm going to change the brush dynamics here. But as you can see, once you start like actually cooking on this, it moves pretty quick. So now we've got 3 frames. Moving that brush along. So on to the next. Turn that opacity down, and just like last time, we're going to start with the frame of animation for the hand. And then everything else we'll bring in from the previous panel. I forgot to put on the stretch timer again. Wonder if there's a way to send... No, maybe not. I was thinking maybe there's a way to send commands for a timer remotely to your phone. There might be. But if there is, I'm going to figure that out and program it into my Stream Deck so that I can hit a button to start the stream and it automatically does it. Because I have a really hard time remembering. But I've done it now. And it's been, what have we been in here about 50 minutes? So let's take a quick stretch. There we go, all stretched up. Ooh, standing up always helps the posture too. I sit back down and realize how much I've been hunching over. I should make a new stretch animation for the summertime. Okay, so we're at animation panel 4, which means we're almost done for the painting animation. And oh my goodness gracious, Robot Mayu, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. I really appreciate that. Paying forward the gift you got, that's so nice. Thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that. Realizing now that I may have skipped a frame, go back through these and see if they all match up. So this frame here, pretty sure I did. Let's see. So that hand matches up. That hand matches up. That one matches up as well. That one doesn't. Okay, so I skipped a frame by accident, which, that's fine. Means I've already drawn frame 5. So I'm going to go back in and draw frame 4. So let's do that now. And then we just have to do frame 6, and then we're done for the first part. And then there's only 2 frames of talking animation. That's very easy to do. Then we'll color them, export them, and then they'll be good to go. And then I'm going to make the video gaming ones for my game streams. It's going to be so nice to have a talking animation for the game streams. The panels as you draw them, the frames I guess I should say, start to work a little bit like a game of broken picture telephone, where they'll start to sort of transmute quite a bit over the course of drawing many versions of them, tracing over and letting the lines kind of flow wherever they want. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm going back to panel 1, or frame 1. I don't know why I keep calling them panels, but I want to try to recapture a bit of the original drawing here, just so I don't stray too far off course for the final one. Although I do need the arm from... And it can be, you know, kind of a tedious process. But at the end, we're going to have something that we can use forever and ever, or until we decide to change it again, which is really nice. I've been using the one that I have now for years, at least 1 year, I think, which is very handy. Bunch of upfront work to make things easier on yourself in the long run is the name of the game when it comes to projects like this. All right, I think that panel is done. Put those little specular highlights on. The shirt's got anchors. Check it out. I'm like a little sea captain. All right, so have. All right, so final one. Let's all right, so same procedure. Draw the hand for the animation. That's kind of the other thing with this limited animation is, like, it looks like I have to animate the whole thing, but really I'm just animating the hand, more or less. Like, the hand and the brush are the most complicated moving elements of this picture. And the rest of it, I'm just redrawing the lines over and over so the whole thing feels like it's wiggling around and moving. Love the sunscreen on the nose. Thank you. That was a wonderful suggestion from chat. Very brilliant move. Okay, now for a quick animation test. So I'm going to go into the timeline here, turn off the background layer, and now we'll just do a line art. Well, actually, we'll put on the background for the line art layer. I'm just going to animate this really quick. Put a 0.2 second interval on it. And there I go. Doing my little painting. Except now I'm cool in summertime. Let's get rid of frames in the timeline. And now we can paint in all of the colors. So as stated before, all we're going to do for the colors is we're just going to duplicate the layer and then adjust as needed. So I'm going to make 5 copies of this. And we're going to disperse them throughout each one. And the hand frames won't match up at all because the hand is moving so much. And the other frames probably won't match super well. I'm going to have to adjust, erase, fill in, because the lines are wiggling around, of course. Okay, so now I'm going to turn on all of those layers. Well, actually, I'm going to turn them off so we can go one at a time. And we're going to basically do a check for each one. So now frame 2, you can see, so where the lines wiggle around, we have these gaps here. But all I need to do is go in very quickly and fill those in and just like color around the different things. And then it's nice and clean. Basically just doing a cleaning pass. But things like the pattern, I don't have to repaint. It's like not necessary. But things like the brush here, I do. I just go in, quickly add that brush color. And then I can paint in and around just to shore up all of those areas. And this is much faster, much faster than going in individually and recoloring from scratch. I don't have to worry about any of that. There, so that's panel 2 done. So we're just going to quickly zoop through all of these. I think the funniest thing about this setup here is it's really easy to kind of imply with my closed eye expression on the one I'm currently using that I might be looking down at whatever I'm painting, but with the sunglasses one, it's like I'm doing a no scope, just kind of like looking off into the distance and painting at the same time. I find very funny. That one's done. On to the next. Ooh, the lines wiggle a lot in this frame. I hope you feel better soon, Lion. It's a bad time of year for headaches. I know a lot of people who've been suffering from like heat exhaustion, and it's not fun. We've also had a lot of storms up here. The barometric pressure is additionally not very fun to deal with. Sudden shifts like that. Oh yeah, I should ask now. We played Frog Detective on the last stream, and it was super fun. What should I play next? Not really sure which game to go with. I can always go for some of my standby games. Like I can always hop on Genshin or Final Fantasy XIV. But I'd be curious to know what you want to see. Ooh, I think I have Minute through Game Pass, so I could probably do that one. I'm not sure if I have Oxenfree, but if it's on Game Pass, I do. It's kind of my thing with discovering new games right now is Microsoft keeps having that deal where they're giving Game Pass away for $1. So I suddenly have access to like a bunch of games because I signed up for 3 months for $1. I've been thinking about playing Sea of Thieves again. I haven't played it since it first came out, and I watched Abby stream it a little while ago, and I really got the itch to play it again. So I think I'll be hopping into that. I don't know if I'll do that solo. I can absolutely play Fortnite. I've got Fortnite ready to go. But yeah, Sea of Thieves is such a beautiful game. I wonder if there's anywhere safe enough in Sea of Thieves where I wouldn't get ransacked, where I could like do plein air painting. Bet if I went to like the top of one of those island mountains, I could get a pretty good view. All right, this is the last one. Wow, this one's really wiggling all over the place. I've been trying to think about, and this is one of the reasons why I got the Game Pass, I've been trying to think about more games that I haven't played before. It was really fun playing Frog Detective because I had never played that game. I'd only seen it being played before. But there's not a ton of games, you know, I'm kind of at a point where if I want to play a game, then I'll play it. Except for things like, you know, obviously on PS5. There's still a lot of stuff I can't play on there because it's impossible to get a PS5. But for the most part, like, games that I've been interested in, I've played. So I'm trying to, like, find more games that I'm interested in that I haven't played before. Oh yeah, the Oberdin. I watched my friend Kevin stream quite a bit of that game, and it looked very good. I'm not, how can I make this kind to myself? I'm not a smart person, so I have some trouble with puzzles, but I would be interested in trying something like that. Usually in games like those where I'm like frustrated and stuck, I'll just walk away from it for a while, but that doesn't make for a compelling stream because if I got up and walked away, it would just be silence. I do have Baba Is You, and that is one of those games that frustrated me so much. And not in like I don't like this kind of way, but more in just like I would have to stand up and walk away from it quite a bit when I was playing it. But it's cute as heck and I like it quite a bit. Just not a puzzle head. And part of me's like, man, it'd be really nice to just make a new save on Breath of the Wild. One of my default, like, just do that. All right, time for a stretch. It might be fun to do like a challenge in Breath of the Wild since I've played it through so many times. Because I've 100%ed Breath of the Wild 4 times, twice on Master Mode, Hero Mode. But I've never done like a permadeath challenge. I remember, if anyone remembers when Waypoint, like a million years ago, it's probably like 3 or 4 years ago now, Austin Walker from Waypoint did a permadeath run of Breath of the Wild. And it was really fun to watch. Like there was consequences for messing up. Like if you died, the chat would make up these rules. They would do like, you're not allowed to open the menu, or like if you accidentally select a weapon that you're not allowed to use, you have to throw it away instantly. Which seems very fun. Yeah, 100% including the Korok seeds. I had like a real zen relationship with the Korok seeds. Everyone's always like, whenever I tell them about my 100% runs in Breath of the Wild, they're like, that seems so tedious. But to me, it was like meditating. It was like I'd put on a podcast and I'd open up my Korok seed map and I'd walk around, and it was just so nice to do. Yeah, the idea of a Nuzlocke, like I understand why people do it, but it's never really appealed to me. I wonder, I know that Steam has a feature where it will like tell you games you haven't played in a long time, or games that you own that you've never played, usually in an attempt to actually get you to play the games that you own, because listen, I know that everyone out there can relate to this. You've got games in your Steam library and you never touch them, and I definitely fall into that category as well, so maybe I should take a look at those games, see what I own that I just never play. Because there might be some hidden gems in there. All right, so I've cleaned up all of the frames. So now if I go into, I'll turn off the background. I'm going to turn on the timeline mode. So now we're going to go through and do another animation test. All right, painting with a nice azure blue. That looks good from far away. Very summertimey. There's definitely some like gaps in the colors if you look up close on a transparent background. Doesn't matter so much when it's on an actual background plate like I have in my scene. The last 2 frames. The head seems a lot higher. So I'm going to go through and compare the two and then lower it down. But this is why we do the animation check, because otherwise you have no idea. I'm going to do it for the last 2 frames total. The first thing I'm going to do is actually put these in a folder and then duplicate the folder. I always like to have a folder for reference before and reference after, just so I know. But that's the only thing that really jumped out at me, was the top of the head moves upward. Another thing I'm going to do is actually merge the line art to the colors so that I can very quickly make these adjustments. So now we have solid flatted layers. I can go like this. Okay, so I'm going to take 3 and then move between 3 and 2. It doesn't seem too bad. That's just a natural movement with the arm. Where does it really go up high? That one there. See how high the spike gets? So let's take that and cut it and move it down. It's not a huge adjustment. It's just a little manip. And I'm basically just syncing it up to the one below. And then I'm going to do some quick paint touch just to smooth out those lines a little bit. And I can cut into these as well. Much better. So now it doesn't move between the two. But you can see the whole top of the head kind of raises and flattens a little bit here. So for this one, I'm going to actually cut this top bit right across. And just very subtly lower it down. Not a big dramatic move. But I just want it so it doesn't feel like it juts straight up into the world. There's also a slope on the hair. I'm going to make this transparent and then cut down. Now this one, actually, the spike needs to come out further. And that makes a better transition between all 3 of these frames. But now it's very apparent how much the top of the head moves up here. Now I'll just take this one, lower it down to the previous one, and we will be good to go. Yeah, look how much further up it was. Very dramatic. Yeah, the same thing we did with the one before with the slope. We got to do with the one on top. Has to be like this. We can do the manual adjustment there like that. Just a little haircut for the boy. Summer style. Perfect. Okay. Just need to lower down the bottom of the eyebrow now. Because it's important for frame 6 to match frame 1 as much as it is for frame 6 to match frame 5. And they don't have to be a perfect match, but they need to flow. It's mostly the eyebrows that are going buck wild here. Good enough for me. Now, the trickiest beast is going to be, because, you know, we had a template that we were going for with the clothing. However, the pose is about to change. The pose where, you know, you can see me right there on the screen currently. When I'm talking, I lean back and I kind of like straighten up. So I'm going to have to redraw the shirt quite a bit. Thankfully, again, it's only 2 frames of animation, so it's going to be way easier than the painting. So if I dip back down into my animation reference folder, I've got the 2 frames of animation right here, and I actually only need 1 frame of animation for this from that reference folder because it's just like a redraw. It's like it's a trace so that the lines wiggle. I just basically went in and made 2 frames of animation. I guess the paintbrush kind of wiggles slightly in my hand, if you can see it there. So I'll still reference both. So I'm going to start a new layer. And I'm going to put up my talking frame of animation. I'm going to lower down the opacity, of course. Put the background back on so I can actually see what I'm doing. And now I need to kind of draw over the whole thing. I'm not going to bother putting the eyes on because I actually need to draw in with the sunglasses there. I won't bother with that, and then I got to do the shirt stuff, but down here below, I can draw the arms. Start about here. I know that they'll go roughly like this. But now you know, we're leaving the realm of the previous animation that I did, and we're entering the realm of needing that shirt reference. So let's go in, take that away. And now I have this. So this is what I have to go off for this, which makes it, as you can see, a little bit more difficult. But what I can do is I can copy this. So now I've got like a secondary form. And I can just chop and screw this one. So I can like take the sunglasses, for example. And then I can move and transform them into the right position up here. So I know generally where the nose is. Put it like that. And then I can take the shirt, which is underneath all of this here. And we can move that. Like more or less to where it needs to be. I'm just trying to match up where the collar is, even though it will sit slightly differently on my like sitting upright form. But it gives you a good idea of where the lines need to go. So now I can put in the sunglasses up here. And they're good and golden. And I probably will need to adjust those to match the... Actually, no, that works pretty well. Fill that in. I don't seem to have as much of a perspective proportion issue with the eyebrows in this pose. So now I'm actually going to put in the collar of the shirt. That up here. Gotta be careful not to go outside of the frame. That way would be bad. So I gotta sort of keep everything in the frame here. I'm gonna move the center of the collar line down. Also gonna make the paintbrush a little bit thinner. Need a little bit more of that sassy shoulder. Much better. Perfect. So now I'm going to take those colors that I had down below in this kind of weird chopped and screwed remix version. First thing I'm going to do is transplant the colors from this which is the original file. And just like before, we're just going to be putting on the design elements as we go, and then copying and pasting that layer to the one above. Skin in here. Now, the thing that makes this one trickier to animate than the other one is that I have a pattern on my shirt, but it doesn't need to necessarily perfectly match the previous frames. I'm just going to kind of use that chopped and screwed color form in order for like all the anchors to roughly be in the right positions. Oh no, Brandy, I'm very sad to hear that. All right, time to stretch. Am I a fan of hats? I like hats. Well, I only really have one hat, but I like it. Now, the second frame of animation for this part is going to be the easiest one of all, because all I have to do is redraw the lines and then copy over the colors. Hey, CL, how's it going? So I've already got a copy of the colors here. And now I'm just going to redraw the lines, and then this one will be pretty much good to go. All right, and now it's done. Why don't I draw the mouth closed on this frame? It will look like he's moving his mouth. It will, but I feel like it would be moving really fast. I can try it though. Because these move at 0.2 frames a second, I think. Let's see. What are we going like blah, 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 blah? Yeah, the thing of it is, if I did 2 open with the wiggle, 2 closed, I wouldn't have to really change anything other than duplicating the frame and then redrawing the mouth. So it doesn't hurt to try it. If I alternate frames... here... Let's see if this works. I think the most annoying thing with animating a mouth opening is doing the jaw correctly, because if the jaw doesn't move, it looks really dumb. So I'm gonna have to change the jaw as well. Now that's one frame, but I've got 4 frames to work with, so I'm going to do, because I definitely don't want to draw any more than that, I'm going to do 2 versions of the closed and 2 versions of the open, and then I'm going to play with the timing to see if, because you open and close your mouth at different speeds, you don't do it at the exact same speed. So I'm going to draw the second mouth closed one, and then I'm going to animate it with slower open and faster closed and see how it looks. Because I'm not a huge fan of just doing it at the same speed like this, but I do like the idea of doing it at different speeds, making it look a little more naturalistic. So if I'm going to do this, I want to do it right. So we've got the first 2, and now let's do the second 2. Luckily, I've got a template here. I've drawn the closed mouth, so all I have to do on the second one, which is this one up here, I'm going to do just the lines to make it a bit quicker. Let's reduce the opacity. This one. And that'll allow me to see this one a bit easier. Okay. So this should match it up a little bit, sir. And then I can erase this and then just trace over this. I'd actually change the way this mouth looks as well. Something a little more chill. I'm actually gonna like back trace because I like the other mouth better. Okay, so now that we have multiple frames to work with, I can insert all of these into the animation. It'll give me a little bit more wiggle room. Right now I'm putting them all in at the default 0.2, but I'm going to change the timing on each frame as we go through. Now, as you can see, we have two different frames of the colors. I need to change a couple of the shadings here. There's actually no paint on that thumb. Get some paint on your thumb, my dear boy. You as well. Okay. So now for these, I've got a couple of variable lengths, and again, I can keep just repeating these and changing the speed between each one. So if I copy all of these on the timeline and multiply them, I can then go over here and do no delay. I can do 2. I can do 1. I could have a frame where I keep my mouth closed for like a full second or half a second to make it more normal. So it all depends on what I want, what looks good for the natural flow of actual talking. Some of these I want to keep the mouth open for longer, so I'm going to go half a second on this one. And then I can copy this again. Hey Pachi, how's it going? Oh, although for the frames where I'm not talking, I was like, why does it look so weird? And then I realized it should always be moving on 2s for the wiggle. That's the tricky part. But if I shift the frames around, I have the puzzle pieces necessary to do this. Now it's a puzzle. Now we're playing Baba Is You. Because basically, I can shift them around in such a way that I can create the illusion. So it's not about changing the times, it's about inserting the frames to create the illusion of naturalistic talking. Otherwise, it's going to look like it's stuttering, right? So in order for it to not look like it's stuttering, but for me to get naturalistic mouth movements, what I need to do is always have the frame moving on twos, but inserting extra frames so my mouth is opening and closing at different speeds. So now we enter endgame. So I'm going to keep it on 2, and we're just going to move through all the different modes. So basically we're just painting in animation frames as we go. So I'm going to start on mouth closed. And then mouth open. But then immediately go back to mouth closed. This is going to be really hard unless I actually organize these folders. So it's folder time, y'all. Okay, so I need to take all of these, put them in a subfolder. Then I have to copy the subfolder so I won't get confused anymore. And now I'm going to merge all of these layers down, just like we did before, so that I only have 4 pictures to mess with. Otherwise, it's too complicated. So now that I only have 4 pictures to work with, it's going to be a lot easier to slot these in where they need to go. Again, I'm not changing the speeds anymore, which makes things actually a lot more simple than they seemed before. So I've got open, close, open, close. 2 different versions of each. But these 2 are different, and these 2 are different. These 2 are more or less... No, these 2 are different. These 2 are different. I have to figure out which ones are the same, because that's what's going to mess with me. Are none of these the same? No, these 2 are the same. Okay. So now I'm going to move these all around again. And these 2 are the same. Perfect. Okay, now I know, because I don't want to put any of the ones that are the same next to each other. I'm telling you, it's like a puzzle. So, if we start with the default mouth closed, and then we do what I try to avoid doing at all costs as a joke. I'm going to label the layers. It's very important in this sort of situation to label the layers, because I need to know which ones are the same lines, the ones that won't wiggle. Otherwise, it looks bad. All right, these are labeled now. Let's do some animating. So the first panel is going to be closed. After that, we need a closed one that is the wiggle form. Then we're going to do open. And then closed. right back to open. And we can check it as we go. Okay, so see? This is why we needed to label them. I already made a mistake. Actually, no, I haven't made a mistake. It's just looping because there's only 5 in here, not 6. Which means I need the other open. So if I do this, the loop is broken. There we go. Until it goes back. So this should be open. Okay, let's give this a test. All right, it's looking good so far. All right, from here I want to do just some very quick open and close in succession. All right, and then I'll end the animation loop with some just closed mouth. Ooh, and it's stretch time. All right, stretched out. And just for fun, let's see what it looks like with no delay. Look at me go. Look at me go. Yap, 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 yap. It's way too fast. All right, so now I'm going to export these as animations. So I'm going to do a dither. I'm going to put a black mat behind it. I'm going to save that as summer. I should make a no delay version for my video game playing one with the controller, so that it looks like I'm really, really scared if I'm ever playing a scary game on stream. Wait, what the heck happened to this layer? Must have erased it at some point. Well, that's an easy fix. All right, time for the moment of magic. I'm going to go over to the handy dandy website that allows me to add in my cool little animation. I'm going to add these to my Discord. And now, the moment of truth. Well, well, well. Look whomst we have here. It's me. Chat over, so I'm not covering you up anymore. There we go. I'm just a little guy ready for the summertime. That's how I do it. Isn't that fun? So now if I talk for a really long time, you see the thing is with my talking blah 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 is I've got a pretty long animation compared to my previous one, which was only 2 frames, just a couple of frames of wiggle animation, and presumably it will just keep repeating forever, but it's got sort of a more naturalistic flow, which is fun. I think it turned out really great. I'm a big fan of this little talking man. But now we have to think of some other fun stuff to put in the scene. No longer need I do this little animation. Lion, thank you so much for gifting that sub to the community. Okay, so I'm going to save the heck out of this inner template. So now I'm back to the main view here. So as you can see, what I have currently in my Photoshop setup is I've just got a screenshot essentially of the scene as you can see it there on the stream itself. And all I do to add stuff to my scenes, this is pretty much how I develop every single scene that I do, is I just take a screenshot and then I draw over it. So when I initially drew like the palm trees over here, I just took this screenshot and then I drew the palms. In fact, they're right here in the Photoshop file. But I might even make, it's kind of actually really nice having the scene set up that I can look over while I'm streaming, because it gives me some ideas of what to add next. I kind of want another palm tree sort of going over me as shade, kind of like this. Not cutting too much into the drawing area, obviously. I want to keep that pretty protected. But I kind of want a little bit of shade over myself. So maybe an umbrella or some palm. So let's just have some fun doodling. I'm going to get this to a smaller size. I'm not 100% decided on what kind of palm I want. There's a whole bunch of different sorts of palm leaves it have. This is more like sort of the spiky fern type. Or I could do an umbrella. The umbrella, obviously I couldn't have the whole umbrella on here. Something like that blocking out the rays of the sun. Be pretty cute. Night, Lyra. Now, this option vexes me somewhat because I don't really want to draw an umbrella. I'm more down with the palm idea. If I do the palm like this, then I want to have more fronds. But then there's the other type of palm that's more like blocky and chunky like this. I'm gonna look up some nice bees. Yeah, so there's this type, and then there's also kind of a droopier type. And this kind of has the cutouts. There's lots of good opportunity to create the idea of a three-dimensional space just by using layers that go in front or behind. Ooh. What if I could somehow figure out how to do like a plane flying by? All I would need to do is draw a really, really long, like draw the plane. I don't know why this is a thing that I associate with summertime. Maybe because in a lot of anime establishing shots, they show planes flying overhead with big like air trails. But if I drew one that was just a super duper long PNG that had a faded jet stream, and then I set it to scroll in OBS, then the plane would just go by and then create the jet stream, and then the jet stream would fade away naturally. Might be pretty. And it would also be a nice visual element for up top there. Good night, Redbird. Take it easy. I think I will do that. That's a really fun one. So let's do a new file that's going to be just bonkers long. It's kind of a fun thing too, because it's going to feel like an animation, but it's not. It's just a static image that like moves across and then fades out, but it fades out because it's scrolling automatically in the program. So I wouldn't even have to factor in any animation stuff for this. Just some visual wizardry. So we're going to make this incredibly long. I'm going to make it like 5,000. But it doesn't need to be tall at all. Height like 300. Just the world's longest. Look at this. I don't even know if I can fit it on. Yeah, this is how long it's going to be. And I need to make the background very dark so that I can draw the aeroplane. And then I'm going to Google what a jet stream looks like. Is that what it's called? No, jet stream's a weather thing. What am I thinking of? There we go. And as long as I add in the fact that at the very beginning, like when it first comes out of the plane, it's a very tight line. It's very smooth, but then it turns into like sort of a billowy, cloudy, with transparency. I can use more painterly strokes for that. And then it fades off to nothingness. So as long as I have all of those elements, it should look pretty convincing. So first we'll put in the little aeroplane. So I'll just do that with white. And there we go. So that's how small the plane's going to be. In fact, I'm going to move it all the way up to the absolute edge of this image so that I've got ample working room. And now, make a new layer just for this. Get more of a paintbrush. Put some transfer on it, put some dual brush on it. Okay, and now change the shape dynamic. Okay, so I'm going to give this a test in our scene. One of my favorite things is like whipping something up in Photoshop and then just dropping it into the scene to check if it works. So let's go to new layer. Okay, and now I'll take that from the top and put it all the way on the bottom, right above the sky layer. And we'll apply a filter, and the filter will be scroll. I can already tell I need to put like a headway, sort of probably twice as much room of just negative space so that the plane doesn't instantly loop constantly, because that's going to look really funny. So we're going to put a scroll layer on there and just let her rip. That's way too fast. A distant plane will not travel nearly that quick. But just to get a sense of how it looks. And as you can see, if I make it go really fast, you're going to see it scroll by... It's going to immediately loop. So it'll be right like here. Yeah. It scrolls by instantly. But it looks pretty good. But you could do that with like clouds if you wanted to. You just have clouds lazily scrolling by in the background of your scene. Very easy to do. The filter is in OBS itself. Well, Streamlabs OBS is what I use. But it's so easy. And then you just set up a scroll and you can make it scroll by real quick. But the actual speed I'll have it at is like this-ish or so. Just like really, really slow. But what I'm going to do is add twice as much negative space here, which I can just do with the crop tool. There. So now it is twice as long. And I'll save that. And as soon as you save it out over top of the original image, it'll automatically adjust itself in Streamlabs. I'm also going to make it a bit smaller. So I don't need it to be quite as prominent a feature. Here's the middle. You can see how long this thing is. Well, you'll be able to once it starts flying through. So once again, I'm going to go into the filters. And I'm going to set it to go really, really fast so you can get a sense of... It's good to have that big, like, lead-in negative space now, because you'll notice it's not instantly flying through. So there it is again. I've set it, like, to top speed, pretty much. But you'll see that it goes, and then it fades out to nothingness. And then there's a nice period of negative space. And then here it comes again. There it goes. Perfect. So now I'll just turn this back down to the speed that I want it to go, which is not that fast. I don't want this to be like an obstructive feature. I just want it to be like occasionally you look up and go, oh yeah, the plane's flying by again. That's really nice. I'll make it smaller again as well. Put it right there. Now it's part of our scene. So now I want to get the palm fronds in place and then maybe a fun little thing down in the middle, like the bottom middle next to the chat and before the giveaway bars. I really wish that I could customize the giveaway bars, like, more. Really meld them into my style, but they only let you do so much, unfortunately. I could just pick the colors, so I picked something that would go really well against the background. So now I'm going to close this and go back to working on these palms. So let me go through my references. I think I've got good vegetation reference here somewhere. As you know me, I love nature. I love to draw nature. And I want to bring some of that feeling to this thing. I mean, I've already got the giant watermelon back there. How much more natural can you get? But let's just keep amping it up. I think a cute little crab might be fun down in the bottom middle. Let me sketch that in and show you what I mean, because that's the easiest way to do. But just like, what layer am I on? Low. Oh, there we go. I forgot that I was doing all those chemtrail things, so my brush settings were wild. So like just a little cartoony friend down here. Especially if it was a bright orange color, that would really help to kind of offset the rest of the blue down here. I could also put some more like foliage and stuff. That would be very easy as well. Let's see. The first thing I want to do is kind of straighten up this frond. Figuring out my perspective on this. I want to have kind of the cupped effect. Have the shadowed version underneath. That might look really nice. You could see like the shadowed version under here. And then the light of the leaves on top. Have these things behind me. There's actually a really cool part of the palm family here. I'll try sketching in that one. There's these. That could look pretty cool too. It's like finding dark things to go up here, basically. That's where my brain keeps getting stuck. If I had these, like, even higher, honestly. Some dark to offset the light on top of these bronze. I think I do like the small leafed ones. Something very beautiful about that fern style, the patterning. So let's reduce the opacity here and actually sketch these in. I can pretty much take the colors from what I've got already underneath, which are just some random assortment palm colors. Some dark greens, blue greens, yellow greens. And my basic approach is just to get all of the things blocked in with a dark color and then just paint the light color on top. Okay, I like how these shapes are looking. So now I'm going to go in with the brighter colors and basically just layer on top. Let's grab some of this darker green blue. Basically what I'm doing is, well, first of all, I want to put a little bit of transfer on these. Not too much. But I want to paint the leaves that are in front, because I painted the leaves behind and in front here. So I'm just now highlighting the ones that are actually in front and leaving the other ones dark. Now I know that this one, as it's closest to the top and therefore closest to the sky and the sun, I'm going to have some bright colors, especially right here. But I want to save that till the end so I can really make it pop. Yeah, we got the summertime vibe going. Okay, so now let's pick out a brighter, more yellow color. Now let's push those highlights all the way up. Rid of that sketch layer, don't really need it anymore. And I can put in a little bit of dark vegetation underneath. Let's get some of these colors rolling. And we'll go underneath this layer. And then I can copy this file. This clipping mask, merge this down. And then we can add this to our scene and test it out and see how we like it. Make sure that it is transparent. There we go. Save that as palm. Now we'll add in a little palm. There we go. And just like it is in our Photoshop file, we can have it right there, ready to go. It looks really freaky right now because we have it in Photoshop and we have it in the scene at the same time. But I think it adds a lot of lushness to the entire thing. Welcome back, Kate. I'm still here. Oh, wait, yeah, I guess we're rolling up to hour 3 now. I don't usually stream this long, but I'm really feeling it today. Plus, I've got another digital piece that I've been meaning to work on for a while. It's something I started like a week or 2 ago, and then I never got back to it. So I'm actually wanting to finish that on the stream today. Excuse me, in case you were worried that it was only going to be layout stuff. That is going to be the majority, but there's some cleanup work I really want to do on a sketch that I started a while back that I might be turning into a print, adding it to the series. Okay, so the only other thing that I was planning to add was maybe a little additional element down at the bottom, because I would like to lushen up. And as you can see also down where the chat is, it needs more dark stuff down here. So I think I should probably add something else. I might even put some land back there, but I'm not quite sure yet. I could also just change the way that, because the chat box is kind of wide, so I could just make it like 1500. Try that. See how that feels. But I would still like something else down there. So I'm going to go into my references. Let's find something that vibes with the color combination I'm working with right now. In general, I want this to feel very, like, not overgrown, because that feels intrusive or, like, obfuscaty, but instead I want it to be more, like, warm and welcoming. Full. Yes. So I'm thinking, like, land over here. And then also a little bit of land right here, with some sky showing through in the middle. Something like that. So let me do a little bit of... Oh, I shouldn't be doing it on this layer, because this is the palm tree layer. I'm going to start a new layer. I want to put dark ground over here, because the little, like, glass goblet thing that all of our little bears go into needs a dark background for it. Feels like it should have something dark there. So I'm going to make this piece of land much darker than the other piece over here, which I want to be sort of this gentle blue that I've picked out. So that's the current strat plan so far. I'm going to put transfer on. Let's get a different brush shape here. And then we'll work darker colors into the foreground, or I guess midground elements. We'll use a nice big brush so that we can blend together these colors. And I'm just using a natural dry brush in Photoshop to make these little tree textures to make it look like there's a bunch of trees on a hill back here without actually, you know, painting in any trees, because that would take a long time. The Fabled Stream Deck is supposed to arrive on Friday, which I'm super excited for, although I'm sure it'll take more than a weekend to figure out how to actually make it work, but I'm looking forward to watching a lot of tutorials over the coming days to get myself prepared. I know a couple of things that I really desperately need it to do, but outside of that, I want to figure out some fun tips and tricks. It is a physical thing. It's intense. It's daunting. It's a big board with a lot of buttons on it. The main thing that I'm most excited about is maybe the most boring, mundane thing, which is basically pressing one button and then it automatically resets every single window on your desktop into where it needs to be for the stream to start. So like it gets OBS in position, it gets my references up, it opens up, you know, Photoshop or not, depending on what I need to do that day. But that honestly takes so much more brain power than it actually should when I'm setting up for a stream, that the idea of just having it on a button and then it's automatically ready just makes me feel so good, so excited. But then other fun stuff like, you know, having sound effect buttons or little animations. I've already made one animation that I want to trigger with a button, which is just a little like socials follow button. I can actually show you if I open it up here. in this here program. What do you think of that? It's just a little GIF that plays once, so I could have it on a button and just trigger it whenever I need to. Just like, oh, where to follow me? Well, here, of course. But I made that the other night, just as like a test of it. Yeah, there's a lot of, because I think there's a lot of features on a Stream Deck that people know about, you know, like go live or record or things like that. But when I started actually doing research to figure out if I wanted to buy one, because it is a lot of money, it's a big investment. And I had some budget set aside from, you know, kind subscribers like yourselves, to see if I actually wanted to get one. So I looked at a lot of YouTube videos, so many YouTube videos, and a couple of them had these like optimization things and like productivity things, and also finding out that I could use it for Photoshop and Clip Studio and Sony Vegas, my editing software. I was like, yeah, that seems really good, because I don't always like having to use keyboard shortcuts for like carpal tunnel purposes, having to do like shift or control, and instead I could just program all of those features. I could program cut, fade in, you know, all the stuff that I do on all my programs into the Stream Deck, and then have the profile switch between whatever program I'm using. That was very exciting to me. So I definitely was able to justify it, and so I've got that bad boy coming in soon. Okay, I'm going to close this and get back to painting. Yeah, the productivity boost is real, and I need that on all fronts at all times, especially for my digital workflow. I just, the older I get, the less I want to use a keyboard. And thankfully, like with my Cintiq, I've got the remote, which is really, really good. But the thought that I could just have a board with a bunch of buttons on it to make my life easier is very exciting to me. Especially because it's lit, like it glows so I could see it at night. And also it has, you can program icons. And that's a huge one for me, to be able to see something at a glance instead of have to figure out what the button means. Am I going to make cute icons for all the buttons? You bet your bottom dollar I am. Absolutely. That is first on the docket. As soon as I said it's lit, I knew immediately. I was like, that means something different. But I'll be sure, since it comes in on Friday, I'll be sure on Saturday's stream to put it on camera for a bit and actually show people what it does, how it works, and things like that. I'll be figuring out alongside everyone else, but I've got a few things that I know I want to program in right away, so we can look at some of that stuff before we get to the artwork on Saturday. I could truly just spend so much time doing all of these little bits of foliage and things like that here. Now, I don't need to go into too much detail on the distant landforms over here, only because I know that I've got my watermelon, which is going to be in front of most of it. I can just have some sort of vague color shapes that kind of look like distant mountains and hills and all that good stuff. All right, so now I'm going to save out this whole blob here. As a new transparent PNG. And then we're going to plop it in and see how it looks. Let's put that as, I don't know what to call this, maybe hills? Oh, actually, there's something I want to do before I do that. I want to add a noise filter just to keep the interest on it. Makes it look a little bit more like an animated cell background because it gives it sort of a film grain. Oh, that could be what I do for my my last animated emote, because I still have one slot left for animated emotes. I should do you know that head bobbing cat that's all the rage? I sound like a grandpa when I say it like that, but I should do like a head bobbing, like nodding bear. I think that'd be very good. Okay, so I'm saving that as hills, and let's add it to the scene. And then the bottom of the scene should fill out very nicely after this. So image, new. It's going to go over top at first because there's no way to create slot priority for these for some weird reason. I don't know why, but it always just puts it on top. So let's drag that down, 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 down. And then put it down here. That's very nice. Although now it's occurring to me that if the hills in the background are going over behind the watermelon, there actually needs to be some that go all the way to the other side of the screen. So I need to actually finish what I started here. Let's see. here. It's going to go behind my character, and then those fronds, so it kind of goes over like this. And again, you won't be able to see much of it, but it's important that it's back there, just for the little tiny glimpses that you can see. Turn the transfer rate up on this. Yeah, I think all my Nightbot timers fell into perfect sync. They're all just sounding off at the same time. Poor little guy. Okay, so now when I save over, this should automatically fill in. Boop. There we go. Now I just have to drag the hills on over. Beautiful. I haven't even been keeping track on if the plane is still flying through the sky or not. Oh yeah, I see the little trails back there. If I ever do a time lapse of the stream, it's going to look really freaky to have the plane just zipping by constantly. Okay. So we've got the background, we've got the midground, we've got foreground elements. What else could we possibly need? I could add that little crab. Could draw a little bear. Or I could just leave that space open, honestly. Because on the elements here, we've got the alert box up here. I kind of liked it when the alert box was down below and like bigger. I'll do a test alert so you can see.
This is a test bit alert.
Yeah, I kind of like it when the alert thing is down there and not up at the top. All right. Well, I'm going to save this. Just a nice place to test all my future layout stuff. And now I'm going to switch over to clip. Where is clip? Oh, fun, you can see the plane flying over there. And open up. It's a pretty fun background, right? For those who haven't seen or came in a little bit after, this is what the intro screen looks like for my streams now. So it's got the little bears on a grand adventure flying through the summertime sky in a little balloon. And then when I switch over to the other cam, it's like this. All right, so I'm going to open up desktop. And hopefully my Clip Studio is going to be all in the same spot as my Photoshop. Should be. Sometimes it's a little wonky to go between the two programs. It's more or less correct. I got to do a little bit of adjusting here. Whoop. Oh yeah, I opened up the animation tools inside Clip Studio to try and figure them out, and man, it's a lot. I do not know where to begin. I feel like Clip has way better animation tools built into it, but they're advanced animation tools. So it's actually pretty cool because the thing I've been working on in Clip is what actually inspired the background. You can see the cloud is literally the same cloud. I adjusted it slightly in Photoshop, like I painted it up a little bit differently. Did a paint over. But it's more or less the same. There we go. But it's a much bigger scene. It's actually part of a way bigger scene. And the idea behind this piece is to have some kind of character down here, and I don't know what or who yet. I wanted it to be something fan art related. I was thinking of some different Zelda things. At first I thought about doing a traveling cart that would have the mask salesman from Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, Legend of Zelda games. But then I was like, I don't really want to draw a cart. So I might just draw a character walking down here, or maybe some characters walking together, kind of having a nice time. But for now, what I want to do is actually tighten up a lot of the colors in the sky. I want to tighten up a lot of the paint that's actually in here, because right now we kind of just have a sketch. If I actually zoom in, it's a very, very big file because I'm trying to, make it so that it can be a print later on. But if I zoom all the way in, it's very blobby. Because right now it's just a color study, more or less. Hello, hello. I'm doing well, thank you.
Three.
3. Thank you so much, Sapphire. Really appreciate that. One thing I really liked about the composition of this piece originally was just having so much space. Like, it's a very, very, very large canvas. And it's a very, very, very large sky. Like, the size of this thing is colossal. So much so that it almost feels like an animation pan. Like, you can picture an establishing shot, like starting on the sky and then scrolling down to the characters as they're walking along this road, which I really like. I like the feel of that. And I love to paint a cloud, especially a huge cloud like this that, you know, could turn into a big thunderhead. I love those type of big summertime clouds. Some of my absolute faves. And one of the wonderful things about Clip Studio is the color blending, so I can get a lot of really dynamic movements between the dark and the light here in the cloud. And it'll be extra interesting to actually see how it differs from my stream background, because in the stream background, I did that in Photoshop. I basically took what I started in Clip Studio, just the basic idea of the cloud, and then I went a completely different direction with the rendering, using only Photoshop tools, so going to be very interesting to see how it looks, because I'm doing this one entirely in Clip Studio. Ooh, the community challenge is at 95% complete. Wow. Y'all have raised 476,000 points. That is bananas. I am not sure what I'm going to draw for the crayon stream, but since it's a community challenge, I think probably just a lot of suggestions from y'all. Just defer to the chat, try and figure out some different things to draw. I might do some studies to start off, maybe do some animal studies. But it's definitely going to be all about the community on that one. So, which means I'm sure at some point I'm going to have to draw Shadow the Hedgehog, but so be it. love the way that the light curves around a cloud. And also there's so many refractions of light within the cloud form itself. There are places where light gets trapped and flies around. It's so voluminous.
A hoo 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 hoo, you know us so well. A hoo 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 hoo.
Indeed. Indeed I do. Hoo 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 hoo. Hi, Itachi. Yeah, still going. Going strong. We got all of our sort of stream stuff in place, which I'm very happy about. I didn't want to kind of leave that lingering. I have a harder time working on those sort of things when I'm not being directly observed. Only 16,000 away? Dang. Considering at the start of a lot of streams, folks drop in like 20K. Feel like either today or tomorrow we're gonna hit that.
Tomorrow all your crayon belong to US.
I love that it read it as US and not us. I guess as soon as you capitalize U and S, that's very, very funny. The US and their crayon monopoly. Do I not have a reference on my computer of Skyrunner? Wanted to have a little like keychain on the zipper here because I'm a dork. Quite the opposite, Itachi. Although I'm feeling it. I might dip into some of that hydration later on. Okay, I'm gonna keep the design simple because I love a simple cel-shaded design over top of a complex painterly background. Let's keep this rolling along here. And for Jeff, I wanted him like looking back at the cloud. He is a science guy. Is it only 9K more points to get to the community challenge? Getting dangerously close. Oh yeah, only 7K. Less than 7K to go. Oh, less than 5K to go. Machi Machi Tamagotchi. Yeah, for sure. Well, since I know it's going to be sometime this week, I guess I should make plans for it. It'll be on the first free stream day that's not like a themed day, because Tuesday and Thursday are going to stay the same. So I guess it would be Saturday. Saturday is probably going to be the big crayon stream, which is very exciting. I need to remember to keep all of the shadows correct. They're all moving this way in the piece. Remember that when I do the coloring as well. Shading. want to keep working on this forever. Sadly, I'm starving. And I know better than to try and power through that and draw a bunch of stuff even though I'm really, really hungry, because then I'm just going to be rolling on the floor clutching my tummy after the stream is over. So I'm going to say this is going to be our stopping point for the day. And let's just zoom back out again so we can get a nice view here. But I'm going to keep working on this after I eat / relax a little bit this afternoon / evening. And I'll probably post it up sometime tonight or tomorrow morning. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming and hanging out. We are dangerously close to the crayon-only stream being met, which means it's going to be this Saturday. I will assume, I assume that people will have points tomorrow. But come back tomorrow. We'll be doing gouache, some good traditional art. We're doing some painting in probably the sketchbook, maybe a standalone piece if I've got some paper laying around. And I think that's pretty much it. Thank you, everyone who followed today. Thank you, everyone who subbed or gifted subs today. Really appreciate the support. Have a great evening / morning / whatever it is, wherever you are. And I will see you tomorrow.